I'm not surprised, not everything lasts. Broken my heart so many times I stopped keeping track. Alright, looks like we got everything going in the right spot. We are cocked, locked, and ready to rock. I am a little behind today. But we're good to go. So the unthinkable happened last night. I am now just a regular Iron Man. I have lost my hardcore status. No more. No more hardcore. Which is sad. Which is really, really sad, but that's okay. We've got dungeoneering up to level 15. So the thing that happened yesterday is I went up here to try and get some phasmatite. And I was able to come up here to get my neck right. And I went up to go around over here to get to the phasmatite, and there's like a bunch of angry shit right here. And, well, it didn't work out well, like at all. So we died. It was all bad. I feel pretty disappointed about it. But that's what happens when you try and go running through zones that you've never been in before. That have angry, aggressive monsters. So we went ahead and we did what we should have done the first time. And we got our dungeoneering up to level 15, so we can now go get some phasmatite. What up, Jenkins? How are you? Fucking ready. I went the wrong way. We are hardcore no more, Jenkins. I fucking died. It wasn't even in a glorious fashion. Just me being a dumb fuck. No, I wasn't recording or anything. It wasn't glorious. I I went up here trying to get some phasmatite, and as I came around this bend here, there was a bunch of aggressive shit, and I just died. Nothing glorious about it. I do, however. Yeah, I mean, it was always gonna happen. I need to figure out. So this is my phasmatite. It says Dwarven Mine Resource Dungeon. I need 15 dungeoneering to go in there. I've got 15 dungeoneering, but I don't really know where this is. Is it like down inside of this other mine? I think it might be down inside of this other mine. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that I didn't last a little longer. Um, Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was never under any sort of illusion that I was going to make it, but could have been cool. Could have been dope. Would have been nice. But hey, whoa. How did I just like get a ton of dungeoning XP? That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, Iron Man is just fun. I'm really enjoying Iron Man. I think this is like the way to play this game, if I'm being honest. What the hell is this? A magical barrier. Yo, you better let me get that Phasmite. Are you fucking serious right now? I just want some Phasmatites, dude. This is like the only place where I can get Phasmatite. Why is this game ruining my life? The fuck is rubium? Well, we might be about to go back out into the fucking wilds. Common gem rock? I mean, there's rocks that are just straight up Phasmatite. I just can't. The one that's out here, I like can't get to because there's shit in the way. Maybe if I go up around this way, I'm not 100% sure because I tried to go this way last time and I died. And there's basically no way through here that I can think of. Um, and then I was supposed to be able to get the Phasmatite down in here, but apparently I've got to get the hard versions, the hard achievements in the dungeon in Demonheim, which is crazy to me. I don't know. I guess we could look. Let's see what the hard achievements in Demonheim even are. It looks like I have to have this aura. Secondary. Well, let's see. Demonheim aura 4.1 magic lamp worth whatever. Or against following benefits. Secondary ring roll is boosted. 10% discount from smuggler. Access to Demonheim hard mode. Access to an extended portion of the resource dungeon in the Brimhaven dungeon whilst wearing the aura. Oh, wow. So, the second gatestone and teleportation spell. So, you even have to have the aura on. just to get in here to get the phasmatite. I don't think I like that. I think that's very annoying. I'm annoyed. All right, well, back out to the fucking wilds we go. It's time to go find out what's up. Time to go find out what is up. We're gonna make something happen here. But he only felt it halfway before I could even argue. He was staring out the window at somebody coming in. We're gonna go try and go around the other way this time. See if maybe that works. There's a lot of angry shit out here, though. And it makes me scared. But we'll just have to be smarter this time. And instead of running right through the big middle of shit like I did earlier, we'll run around shit like a smart person does. And we'll use our dashy skill more if we need to. We should probably stop. We need to regen up our speed here. Oh, we've only got like, okay. It's going to be a while. I am not a patient man, so... So we did some dungeoneering last night, because I needed to get to level 15 because I thought I could go get that phasmatite. Dungeoneering is fucking fun. Demonheim is super dope. I really enjoyed that. I feel like there's a cool possible challenge in there where you just level up every skill in Demonheim, doing the roguelite mode thing there. I think that could be super fun. An herb batch. Okay, it looks like I can just run through this camp. This is like a safe zone or something? Okay, we got some angries here. So I kind of want to go like super tight here to get around this. Because I don't think I have to be terribly afraid of these rats. I think I can just kind of blow by them. Yeah. That seems to be working okay. Man, it's really too bad that I died. Is the phasmatite on the other side of this wall? This is going to end up being a pain in the ass, isn't it? There is a big-ass mammoth over there. Yeah, it's these motherfuckers that killed me last time because I came up through that side and I got Murked by some dragons. Okay, how do I get past this giant ass wall? Oh, nope. There's the phasmatite. So it's like in the middle of these dragons. That sucks. Oh no, I'm standing on top of it. That's funny. Okay, cool. We're good. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. So I just need to fill up my inventory one time here real quick. We don't have a box for phasmatite yet. So we'll get a little phasmatite, we'll get a phasmatite pick. Then we actually have to go back one tier to rune and get some runite and some more stuff because we want to get all the way to 76 before we start using phasmatite and necronium. So we're just going to chill here for a bit. We're going to mine this up. Then we're going to keep pushing to get ourselves all the way up to level 99 here. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We never went and did the mimic kill last night either. We got to do that for sure. Now I got 2 mimic tokens. Because I'm a fucking baller. Some good old mining, dude. Some good old mining. I don't know what I'm going to do once I get to level 80 and I got to mine whatever that next tier is. Because this game is really trying to show me that it hates me. And it's putting some of these higher tier materials, right? Like bainite. Is this the only place to get bainite? Oh, I was muted. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is you don't really get a ton more XP. I mean, each one of these swings, I'm only getting a couple more XP than I did when I was doing Runite. So it almost feels like it might be possible to just go back to Runite tier and level up my mining and smithing that way and just stay on the Runite tier. Because it's like super easy to deal with. I don't know. The gathering in this game is a little weird because it's almost directly in competition with the smithing. So the amount of XP you get per swing is how you identify how quickly you're leveling up gathering. But the amount of swings per item you get is also important for leveling up your smithing, because if you're getting 25 XP per swing and it's taking you 6 swings to get an ore, then that's taking you a lot longer than if you're getting 22 XP per swing, but it's only taking you like say 3 swings to get an ore. And so you get twice as much ore in the same amount of swings on the lower tier material, which means you get to go back to smithing that much faster, which means ultimately you're gaining smithing XP way faster. Right? So if you're getting twice as much ore, and I don't know exactly what the comparison is, I don't think it's like 6-3, but I'd have to count it out and see. So your XP per ore isn't actually what you're looking at when it comes to leveling up smithing and mining together. It's your XP per swing and then your swings per ore that are the important numbers. So I don't know that going up in ore tiers, at least after a certain point, is even necessarily useful. At all, in fact. I'd have to, because I mean, even if it's, let's see, that's 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's going to take 10 swings to get an ore. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 swings to get an ore. That's craziness. Yeah, I mean, that's at least 10 or 12 swings to get an ore here. And so, I mean, even if it's half as many swings, I'm getting somewhere between 26 and 36 XP. So bring it right to the middle, call it 31. So even if I'm getting significantly less XP, okay, there's a 41. The amount of XP I'm getting from this phasmatite is way more diverse. Normally, I get a much, much more consistent amount of XP. But still. I just don't know what the best policy is going to be. And then we look at XP. So there's a multiplier issue when it comes to the XP for when it comes to the XP for gather or for crafting, because you're going up in the tiers, right? You're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're doing the burial. There is a pretty significant boost every time you get another plus to the gear. So, this tier that I'm gathering right now, the Necronite, is probably the best because it gets up to +4. And that means when I burial it, it gets that much, much bigger portion of XP. So yeah, I mean, that's probably the big deal. Is just with the smithing, you need the higher tier materials. Okay. Well, I think it's probably better to stick with the higher tiers then. We still need to get to 76 before we actually make the switch because we want the start heat because I still think that's a better overall option. But then we might end up sticking with Necronite all the way through to level 99. Because I can get here, right? I can mine this without dying. I can get back and forth from here. I can fill up my Necronite and my Phasmatite. No problem. It's a long walk, and that kind of sucks, but it's doable. These little dragons stay on their own side over there a little. So I think we'll be okay. And I don't even know how to get past this thing, so. Which now I guess it doesn't really matter, right? I can just die as many times as I want from now on. There is no more real penalty for getting murked out here. Other than a slight loss of time. We're going to take this back. We're going to get our Neckrite pick. We're going to get our Neckrite box. Then we're going to go get a bunch more Runite and Dracolith. Or Dragolith, or whatever the fudge knuckles it's called. Why did I teleport here? Why do I always do that? For some reason in my brain, like that's the only teleport that's attached to the wilds. And so when I'm going to and from the wilds, I like have to use this teleport. I don't know why I feel that way or why my brain has decided that's the answer, but it has. All right, let's drop that stuff off and let's make myself some Necronium bars. Oh yeah. This is actually pretty exciting for me. I'm very excited. And then let's just go kill this mimic, like right now. Because if I don't do it right this moment, I'll keep fucking forgetting. And I don't want to forget. I forgot. You ever forget? It happened to me. But he only felt it halfway before I could even argue. He was staring out the window at somebody coming in. Teleport to the giant mimic? Fucking yeah, teleport to the giant mimic. Do it as a beginner? Unfortunately, I think we have to do it as a beginner. Alright, what's up, you cretin? Le Chrétien! You know, I didn't bring any food with me. That was probably stupid. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to, like, learn to dodge that mix ability. Oh, shit. Why did I take so much damage? Oh, almost dodged it. How to avoid the gold coins? Oh, I'm dead. Womp womp. Where did it even take me to? Oh, it took me back to freaking Birthorpe. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna have to start getting better at combat in this game. I don't know if I like that. On the bright side, you only lose the token if you actually win the fight, which I think is great. I really appreciate not wasting my resources on sucking. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, so let's go to the smith. Let's go to the anvil here. And let's make ourselves... Gotta go get my ore box. The boo box. Let's go ahead and take out our box. Where's my box? Did I lose my box when I died? Nope, there it is. Let's put that where it goes. That was frightening. I thought I lost my box. And let's build one necronium box. Oh, we gotta heat it up first, that's right. Because we don't have start heat. Yeah, so this is really interesting. The way the XP works in this game is kind of crazy. So there's probably a really good market on the regular market for things that are one level below or even like max. If people are trying to like skill up their smithing, for example, but they don't want to do any mining with it, in the regular area on the market, there's probably tons and tons of people buying max tier items of every level, starting from where you can burial items. so that they can, burial them for massive XP. But it starts at Arcanite or Aconite or whatever it is. Yeah, Adamant. At Adamant, you can start doing burial, right? Yeah. So Adamant +2 probably sells. Not wrong. That's really effective method on mains. There's a reason skills like smithing are often referred to as buyables. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, so it's great for being able to do it quickly. But I was thinking as a great way to make currency. I'm sure, especially as you get into these higher tiers. You mentioned Bainite is a really big pain in the ass because it's only got that one spot to get it. I bet you selling +4 Bainite items is probably the fucking tops. And then, of course, you've got Primal and Elder. Is Elder 90? So this is 70, 80, 90 to 99, right? And then I don't even know what the fuck Primal is. Let's go look. So smithing 90, Elder Rune. Okay. And then 100 should be Primal. Okay. Yeah, so Elder and Primal, even at +5s, are probably worth an insane amount because that's where you spend so much of your time, right? Because of all the XP requirements. That's crazy. You know what I need to do? I need to equip. I have a pair of smithing gloves now. I don't know where they went. Where did I put them? Right here. There we go. Booyah. Who gets 1% extra XP? This fucking guy gets 1% extra XP. Also, what's up, Rock? How are you today? Nice to see you again. Let's make ourselves a big old Necronium pick here. Why am I getting bonus XP? Oh, because I've got literally just put those gloves on. Couldn't figure out why I was getting bonus XP from the bonus XP gloves. Goofy ass. Not bad, just been grinding out thieving to prep for Monday. Just looked up the prices and yeah, upgraded Bainite is pretty passable profit. Really low volume though. Like not a lot of volume being purchased or not a lot of volume being sold. Volume numbers can get distorted. So if the volume is talking about number of pieces, well, purchased and sold are the same thing. 139 +4 helms in the past 24 hours is the one I looked at. Yeah, so there's a couple of things with that. If nobody is selling a lot of things, then nobody can buy a lot of things, right? So if it's telling you the volume of transactions, I should have said listed, not sold. So if there's only 139 listings and they all get purchased, then that's fucking great. because that means that there's a market there and the supply is low. But if there's, like, say, 300 listed and only 139 of them got purchased, then that's not super good because that means um, the market just isn't there. So I assume because Banite's a pain in the ass to go get, if they were selling, they'd be botted. Damn near everything is. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'd have to go look at the market, and I can't because I'm on this character. But I'll be right back. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. Hey, all right, we're back. Sorry, had to go use the restroom. What's up, Luna Chris? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. William, yeah, I got murdered by Hydrix. Got murdered by a Hydrix. It was a sad day. I almost cried. All good, just finished God of War Ragnarok. No, I haven't played it. I've actually never played any of the God of War games. At least yeah, I mean, I'm totally fine with it. I was gonna die the first time I fought the mole anyway. I just went to go fight the mimic and got my ass kicked. So there's little chance I was gonna win against the first boss without knowing any of the mechanics, going in blind. I could still go in blind on everything. How was it, Chris? How did you enjoy the Ragnarok action? The storyline in this is actually really good. I mean, it is an MMO game, so the draw for me isn't necessarily um, the draw for me isn't necessarily the story, right? I just like playing in big open worlds with lots of people in them because I like to watch other people do stuff. Like there's a bunch of people crafting right now, and it's super cool. Master of Light, what's up? Welcome, welcome. But the storylines in this game, this is one of the first MMOs where I've ever actually read the story to a lot of the quest lines. So it's pretty good, Chris. Pretty freaking good. I am thoroughly enjoying it. And I get to do my grindy bullshit where I just whack an anvil with a hammer over and over again for hours at a time. Got 110 crafting last night. Holy shit. Good job. Luna, if you're about to ask me if you can make me art, then you need to leave my channel. Otherwise, absolutely, you can ask me any question you want. There's they used to only be on Twitch. In the past couple of weeks, I've started getting them here. What's my favorite game? So coming up on December 3rd, there is a reforge, a remaster, a remake of um, Guild Wars, the original Guild Wars MMO. It's going to be Guild Wars Reforged. They're lowering the price for the entire set of all the expansions, the collector's edition or whatever. And they're like doing some remastering of the art and stuff like that. And sort of having a relaunch of the game. If you want to play literally the best MMO that has ever existed, I recommend you play that. Also, I should tell y'all, those of you who are here strictly because I'm playing RuneScape right now, on December 3rd, we will likely be going to Guild Wars because it's my favorite game of all time. Yeah, I mean, people selling view bots, people selling art, people selling, I mean, just all the time. And it drives me insane because, like, I'm at work right now. This is, for all intents and purposes, my job. And it's extraordinarily rude. What the hell's going on here? Did I not finish the item? Yeah, I finished the item. Why won't it let me take it up to +4? Oh, it takes 16. Since when? No, it does take 16. I was prepared for that. God damn it. I wasn't prepared for that. I can't do fucking math. I hate myself. I need to check TRPG. What is TRPG? Where was I getting Runite? Oh, it is right here. Okay. Twitch Research Power Guild? Or Power Group? I don't even know what that is. Take surveys, get free bits. Oh, cool. Didn't even know that was a thing. Who doesn't like free bits? Oh, didn't even equip. Man, I'm dumb. I am playing like a moron today. In the past, they used to have watch ads for free bits, and it barely worked for me. Oh, that's too bad. But the one night I farmed like $20 worth of bits, that's dope. Plus, I had an extra 9 from taking surveys. That's cool. That's really fun. I might have to look into that. I've got some streamer friends and stuff that I've never really been able to donate to or anything because I'm poor as shit. But if that's something I could do just in the background, kind of watch a little TV, do a couple surveys, go support some people, that'd be cool. Yeah, so if we're looking at this Runite stuff, I'm getting basically the same amount of XP. Just gonna do thieving for the rest of DXP. So I'm getting the same amount of XP every time I whack one of these rocks as I was getting from the next tier up. But I'm also gathering way more rocks per time because it's only taking like 4 or 5 swings instead of 14. So I feel like mining lower tier rocks is actually faster for smithing than it is to mine the higher tier stuff. Because you're getting the same amount of XP. Right? It's about XP per swing here. It's not about XP per rock. XP per rock doesn't matter. Of course, I do have a better pickaxe, so I guess if I was using this Necronium pickaxe on the Necronium, then I'd probably be getting a little more. But even so, because I'll end up being able to go back with more rocks, I mean, you're talking about twice as many rocks in the same amount of time, at least, if not 3 times. Which doesn't translate, right? Because you do have to wait for the craft to happen, so it doesn't quite translate into twice as much crafting. But the primal bars, you need 10 different ores? Fuck me. Yeah, I think not. Unless the smithing on primal is worth just massive amounts, that's not worth it. Not worth it at all. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, if it's going to cost 10 different types of ores to make the bars, then it's going to take 5 times as long to mine all the ore you need to make those bars, which means the smithing needs to be giving you like 5 times the XP, or it's ultimately faster to just keep doing Elder at that point if you're just trying to XP. That's what I needed to do for crafting. I mean, that's cool, but that's easy to do comparative to XP though. I mean, just making one full set is nothing when you compare it to the hundreds of million or 100 million XP you need. Making gear in this game doesn't seem terribly difficult. Now, I haven't gotten to the point where I'm making masterwork stuff, but just in general, it's the XPing that seems to be the the difficult part, right? It's the skilling up. The actual crafting of your items and gear once you get to the tier that you need to be at is super fucking quick comparatively. Which is ultimately a bad design. I mean, I don't Yeah, I mean, I would have to look at it. I don't know what the XP rates are on that stuff, but it'd have to be really high to make it worth it to XP on something. You have earned 104 gemstone golem fragments. They have been added to your currency pouch. Dope. I don't even know where my currency pouch is. I have yet to be able to find it. Oh, there's my currency pouch. Well, that doesn't make any sense. It says that my currency pouch just got gemstone golem fragments. But there's no gemstone golem fragments in here. Oh, there we go. The gemstone slayer points? Dungeoneering tokens? Gemstone golem fragments. Hey, look at that. Mini games, I don't got shit. Seasonal, I don't got shit. I didn't even know that was there. That's crazy. Seemed like making, I think it was like 80K for a +5 robe. Okay. That's not bad. Not bad at all. In fact, I think on the Runate, or on the Runite, I get 1.4K for the +3s. So doubling that at +4 would give me 3.8. Doubling that at +5 would give me 7.6. So getting 80K is pretty significant. As I move up to the next couple of tiers, those +4s and +5s are going to go up. So call them, 9, 10K for the +5s. So if we take a look at that going into 80K, I mean, you're looking at somewhere between 7 and 10 times probably. So that's definitely worth for sure for the XP. For sure. Plus, if you can you burial primal stuff? Because if you can burial primal stuff, then it's really the tops. Because you just get free XP. If you can't burial the primal stuff, then it might not be worth it, but you can? Yeah. Yeah. Then that's probably still the better way to go. Which is good. It's good that they made the effort to make that like the way you wanted to do that. Because it would suck to get 20 new levels um, available to level up on your smithing and then realize you just had to go right back to doing elder smithing again to get those levels. That'd be ass. Open my smith guide, go to level 100. Ah, primal burial armor. Sweet. You can click on it and it'll tell you what you need. It never tells me what I need. Oh, Novite, Bathys. Oh, that's all the stuff from the dungeoneering. That's not difficult at all, because that stuff's just all out here. That really confuses me. Don't make no damn sense. A 100 of each of those ores, that's not too bad. A couple of them especially would be super easy. We can get to 120. But he only filled it halfway before I could even argue. He was staring out the window at somebody coming in. I don't know why I've got that part of that song stuck in my head, but it's in there. It's in there good. It ain't going nowhere. Yo, what's up, ex-goblin? It's going all right. Going all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also have a face for radio, so I guess it's a good thing I got the voice for it too. Seen some crazy shit on this site throughout the years. So you hardcore, yeah, it was unfortunate. It wasn't even like a spectacular or glorious death. I'm trying to push my mining and smithing up to 99 because I just want to have a level 99 skill. And so I came up here and I was able to get the neckrite rock just fine. But when I went around to go get the phasmatite so I could make my neckrite pick, there's a bunch of dragons and shit right here. And so I like came around to this corner and things started attacking me and they were all way bigger than me and I just fucking died. Like a jackass. Stuck in my memory probably forever is some girl streaming a game off her ass. Wait, what? You know what? Actually, I don't think I want to know. Because you know what I don't have? A memory of that. Because I've never seen it. I don't need to know about that. That's honestly a little hilarious. A little hilarious. I mean, if you got it, flaunt it, right? Group Iron Friend got his first death from those losers too. Yeah, that sucks. What's up, Krisner? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Also, Goblin, welcome. I'd like to welcome everybody the first time I see them. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy the stuff that people will do. I mean, when it's your form of income, right? When you're trying to make a job out of it, the the path that has the least friction is the path that you should go down, right? Yeah. Those fucking ads, though. Oops, I broke my geode. Didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to move it. Broke my geode. Hey, we got us a level up. All right, glad you're back, Goblin. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I have the smallest number of ads that it is possible to have and still get the increased like percentage of the ad revenue and not have um, pre-roll ads. So it should only be 3 minutes every hour. I don't like that they exist, but I feel like that's the least intrusive and most beneficial way for me and for you all is to just have the 3 minutes. I've tried a couple of different things. I've tried just leaving the pre rolls on and having basically no ads through the stream, um, and some other stuff, but this seems to be the best balance. So I have the equivalent of hardcore Iron Man ending today, and I'm hesitant and excited at the same time. Ending today. Why is it ending? Are you about to max out? Because that'd be crazy. Okay, brother, I'm not complaining, just notifying you so you don't say or do anything exciting. I'm just mining. We're not gonna get too exciting. Just a mining. De-ironing. Oh no. Why are we de-ironing? I mean, I'll do that too at some point, but Buddy only filled it halfway before I could even argue. He was staring out the window. My group decided we're going to all de-iron so we can all play with our other friend. Oh, that's cool. That's sweet of you. That is one of the, I think, drawbacks to the group Iron Man. So it was a vote we all took and majority rules. Yeah, I wish that, um, and maybe that's what they should do. Maybe they should do a guild Iron Man. That'd be kind of cool. Um, because they have the group, but it'd be cool if you could have people like come and go from the group. It would especially be great for streaming and communities and stuff. Because how cool would it be if, like for example, I could create a guild and anybody who joins that guild could be turned into like hardcore Iron Man. So you'd have to make a new character and you'd have to choose hardcore Iron Man or whatever, and then you could join the guild. And then like if you died, then it would auto kick you from the guild because you weren't hardcore anymore. But then within the guild, you could trade, right? There'd be like a guild storage and you could share stuff and you could kind of create this community around it. I feel like that'd be super dope. Super duper dope. But then it would stop things like that from happening, right? Where you could actually have new people hop into your Iron Man group so that in those situations, because there's inevitably you're going to meet somebody, through your time playing the game, or if you're streaming like I do, there's lots of people who I'm going to meet and who I have met over the course of these last 9 days. Where if I had like started out doing a group thing, and maybe there were only three of us to start, and then after the first couple of days of streaming, we meet two cool new people, and we can't group Iron Man with them because we already started. That's how Group Iron Man works. We can come and go, but there was five of us, and they only allow. Yeah, yeah. I would like something that was maybe a little bigger, for sure. I think a lot of games just need to recognize just how big gaming is when it comes to community, and especially being able to rally that community around a more public figure. I mean, you've got big streamers like Asmongold, Shroud, Cannon, some of these folks, and when they go into an MMO game, there are hundreds of people across multiple guilds from their streams that follow them over to those games. And so if you found a better way to accommodate those things, um, I just think it would be way better. Some of the members also wanted to participate in Double XP in the Xmas event next month and the Halloween, so they drive their votes too. I mean, that's understandable. I'm I'm enjoying Iron Man, and I really want to get this character up full Iron Man. But once I have this character sort of maxed out, then I'll probably want to go ahead and switch to non-Iron Man, and then just start working on like markets and stuff like that, trying to grow wealth, because that'll be fun. It would also be cool to de-Iron Man because then I could use bonds to pay my membership and stuff. Once I get up there where I can actually do that. Save myself a couple of dollars every month. I don't pay a whole lot for member, yeah. Yeah, I mean if you got the currencies. Oh, or do you have are you grandfathered in, Master of Light? To the old prices? Yeah. Yeah, that's super cool. I like that they do that. I like that they do that a lot. I mean, $5 isn't nothing. In fact, $5 is a lot. Right, there you go. There you go. $5 is a sub. Or a bag of chips. Dude, I need some chips like whoa. Or one of them big ass 2-gallon bags of popcorn. Hell yeah. Trying to complete this stupid necklace. What stupid necklace? You wouldn't call it stupid. It'd probably complete itself. You gotta be rude to it, though. Seren symbol. Necklace made by combining an incomplete Seren symbol bought from Clan Heralds for 1,000,000 coins. And the 8 clan symbol pieces. Okay. That seems very complicated. Why's everything gotta be so complicated? Oh, well, that's boring. Just pickpocket all the pieces. Boring. Oh, so boring. Pretty easy, but it's considered a rare. Man, so many things to do in this game. I'm not going to get nearly as much accomplished as I want to get accomplished by the time that December 3rd rolls around. But he only felt it halfway before I could even argue. If you complete it, get 15k and 18 skills. Oh shit. That's awesome. That's really awesome. That's true. When you're trying to get 100 million to get from level 99 to 120, 15k is pretty much diddly squat. But it is a nice little boost early on. I mean, it's only 5k to get to level 20 in a skill. 15k could go a long way. Yeah, but I mean, you can do thieving without doing pretty much anything else, right? Like you could just get 98 thieving without ever doing any other skills. So you could do that. Oh, you can't? Got to do a quest to get to the city first. Well, that's stupid. What are the quest requirements? Lots of other quests. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. The the chain of requirements in this game is starting to aggravate me a little bit because it's really preventing me from playing the game the way I want. It's nice to see people actually out here. No, Obrixie, I died. We are hardcore no more. This is just my regular armor. Yep, it went bye-bye. Singing bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. I was trying to get some necromium, and so I was able to get the nechrite just fine. But then instead of going around this way, I tried to go the shorter way up here. And there's all these Hydrix dragons and stuff up here. And so as I was running through, I kind of got surrounded, and then a bunch of things started beating my ass. And then I tried to turn around and run away, and then I ran out of stam, and then I died. It was a bad day. It was a real, real bad day. I cried a little bit. I didn't even clip it because I am so selfish. I don't have like a, well, I think I do have like a clip the last 5 minutes software, but I don't ever use it, so I don't. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do is I forgot to look to see if I could figure out what my screen flashes to last night. I'm just a piece of shit. Yeah, there's a like an NVIDIA program that you can use that's just like on there if you have an NVIDIA graphics card. And I've used it before to do some recording stuff, but have I done? No, I haven't done any PvP. I'm not really a big PvPer. I like PvP games. I especially like really hardcore PvP games. But that's mostly because when you play really hardcore PvP games, the markets are much more active. Because people are using up a lot more consumables and all kinds of things like that. I like to play the markets. I'm not I'm not good enough to really get into those games though, because they also usually require you to go out and actually PvP. And so while I like the idea of those games, their execution is usually piss poor. And so I end up not having fun and leaving. I I will probably not engage with any PvP systems probably ever again that are not either faction based or like team instance based. So like 4v4s or something like that. Yeah, I don't know how PvP is on this game either. I think you just run out into the wilderness and 1v1. I think that's pretty much the only PvP in this game, as far as I know. But I am a huge, huge proponent of faction based PvP. And I'm a huge proponent of faction based PvP in Castle Wars and Soul Wars is PvP also if you can find people. Okay. Um, but I'm even a proponent of faction PvP in PvP systems that are designed to be solo. So, for example, we have a lot of games like Tarkov, now we've got arc raiders, extraction games have this very, like, you go in solo, you get what you can, you leave, and it's all up to you. But I think that if you put factions into an extraction shooter like Tarkov or Arc Raiders, the fight pits is free for all. Yeah. See, and I don't even think that you should just have things be free for all. And there's a reason, and that reason is the law of averages. So if you have a free for all system like that that doesn't have any skill based matchmaking, then there is a percentage of your players, a fairly high percentage of your players, that will spend a majority of their time losing. And so, that percentage is never going to change, because even if all the bad players leave and quit playing the mode, then eventually, or not even eventually, then that immediately creates a new percentage of bad players. Right? So it doesn't matter how many players you have playing a mode, 50% of them are always going to be worse than average. And in a free-for-all fight mode like that, with no skill-based matchmaking, that means those players will just fucking lose. And if you go into a mode and you never ever win, eventually you quit. And as soon as the players who never win quit, there's a new set of players who are going to start just always losing, because they're going to be the bottom 50%. And then those players leave, and now there's a new set of players that's going to just always be losing because they're the bottom 50%. And it's going to go on and on and on like that until you have like the smallest population of players who don't care if they win or lose. They like the game mode and they're just going to try hard it and try and get better anyway, which is great. You totally should try hard and try to get better. But you now have just this really, really tiny community of people playing that game or that game mode. And so free-for-all systems, especially free-for-all systems that especially free-for-all systems that have any sort of progression or rewards tied to them, are extremely detrimental to a game's longevity because they drive players away. And faction systems in every single possible mode you can think of, except for small group instanced gameplay, factions solve that problem because they create a system where your ability to win isn't entirely based on your own personal ability. It's based on your ability plus the ability of any faction members or allies that are also in the game with you. And so that's really important because it means in a game with no factions, the most prolific players are the best players. Well, so in any PvP game, the most prolific players are the best players, right? They're the players who play the most often, but also because they're better than everybody else, they engage in more fights than everybody else. And so they have the highest impact on the game world. And so you want to leverage those better players to create victory conditions for your worst players so that your worst players continue playing. And when you create faction systems that basically turn those better players into teammates a certain percentage of the time, then you end up where everybody is being able to, quote unquote, take advantage of those better players' skill to generate wins for themselves. So even your worst player, right, is going to get some wins sometimes by randomly bumping into these much, much better players who are helping you. And it's not really going to be a detriment to the better players, right? In fact, it gives them an opportunity to sort of play this hero role who just swoops in out of nowhere and like helps and saves and, you know, does all this stuff. And who doesn't want to be the hero, right? I remember Guns Online. I feel like I recognize the name, but I never played it. Never played it. Hey, Goblin, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Man, that was a big old sneeze. Holy crap. You ever tried to sneeze while pissing? Can't do it. Your brain goes, stop pissing. We're gonna sneeze now. Because your brain knows. Might blow your asshole out. I stole that joke from the late, great George Carlin. One of the single funniest motherfuckers on earth. Am I Obrixie? I feel like I'm kind of getting my butt kicked, if I'm being honest. I feel so far behind. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm enjoying playing. It's a lot of fun. There's just so much to do, so many skills to get leveled up before I even feel like I can actually play. You know, like the bossing and stuff like that is a big part of the end game. There's lots of going after special items and things like that, and I just feel like I can't interact with any of that yet because I'm not there. And I see this sort of endless tunnel ahead of me of like, you know, there's no light yet. How are you finding the combat? So I love the combat. I love the evolution of combat update where you have this auto combat thing. So we've talked about this a couple of times on the channel. And this is something me and my older brother were discussing the other day. And something we realized is that a lot of games are sort of hitting this cap of what a player's actions per minute can be. and how many different buttons they can hit. And it's been a problem in MMO games for a really, really long time because you've always had these massive skill bars. And you just have tons and tons of skills and crazy rotations and all of this stuff. And it's cool and it feels good to get good at it. But it's an APM question, right? An actions per minute question, where at this point, we have reached the maximum actions per minute for the average player, if not exceeded the maximum actions per minute for the average player. And so it is our belief that this is where things are going. And that is that if we want to increase the complexity of combat, and if we want to increase the moment to moment strategy of combat, then we actually have to automate away some of the actions that you have to take during combat, not so that we can make combat simpler, but so that we can add other actions in. And so we can move some of the strategizing to a preparatory phase. So that makes me really, really happy with the state of combat in this game, because that's very much what happened, right? Setting up your autocast skill bar down here, I think, is one of the most important things about your specific build in this game. Because if you set this bar up right, then you can automate away all of the thought process that goes into these certain skills. And that leaves you open to, hit the rest of your skills, to pay more attention so that you can dodge, to have more dynamic moment to moment gameplay. Because when you have just this massive skill bar and this, 20 or 30 skill rotation that you're trying to click through just over and over and over again, then you stop being able to focus on the other things going on the screen. Right? Your brain only has so much bandwidth. You can only focus on so many things. You can only press so many buttons. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Admittedly, in the old game, it was clicks and timing and speed. Yeah, and so I want to bring some of that back, but I don't want to lose the complexity of skill builds in order to bring back, the timing and the dodging and the moving and that stuff. Because mobility is the most interesting thing, in my opinion, about a game. And it doesn't have to be, moving around in this game can be just as fun as moving around in a newer game like New World or, Genshin Impact or something like that. But you want to have movement skills, right? Like this is a great skill. Not this one. This one. Surge is a great skill. And so when you start making it a focus on when you start making it a focus on reactivity instead of proactivity, and you automate away some of the proactive stuff, then you just end up with much more dynamic, much more versatile fights. I agree completely. I like it, to be honest. I think I should just give it a complete new chance, start fresh. I mean, you don't necessarily have to start fresh to give the EOC a fresh shot. So, I'm a game designer, and I'd love to pick your brain about things in the future for a game I'm working on, because your approach to the issues of gaming are spot on. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would be more than happy to chat with you, Goblin. Absolutely. What kind of game are you making? Agree with you, Goblin. Feeling gaming is great. Well, so it's not about people not having the balls, Obrixie. It's the problem with gaming is the people who drive games being made are not people who want to make games. The people who drive games getting made are people who want to make money. And the best way to make money is to put out a minimum viable product. Because especially if you're selling games where you're not going to be taking in consistent revenue, then just putting out something that people will buy is good enough. Playing a single player MMO with an emphasis on procedural generation, I love procedural generation, Goblin. I think procedural generation is so underutilized. And I don't just mean procedural generation when it comes to like landscapes and stuff like that. Like procedurally generating the world is cool, but there are so many other ways to incorporate procedural generation into itemization, into attack patterns for bosses, into just tons and tons of different things that are super underutilized when it comes to gaming. I always wanted to make a game where every character is unique, has a chance to be something in the game universe. Like if it was classes, maybe you could unlock a secret class or maybe find a secret quest. Yeah, so procedural generation sort of does that, Obrixie, if you really, really lean on it. Especially if you have a procedural generation system that remembers the options that it's previously chosen and then makes all those combinations no longer available, you could absolutely have a game like that. My studio wants to make games. It's been our motto from the start. Procedurally generating items, monsters, the entire game itself. Yeah, so that's super fucking dope, Goblin. And I think that's great. One of the places that I would love to see procedural generation get added is gathering systems. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Sorry, I'm going to sit up here real quick. If we're going to have a real conversation, I'm going to have to sit up. Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I am a big gathering, crafting, market kind of person. And that's normally what I do when it comes to MMO games. And so something that has really bothered me for a really long time is shitty. Now, I don't blame RuneScape, right? RuneScape is an old-ass game. And so this is honestly, their gathering system is even more interesting than a lot of newer gathering systems, because even though I'm just sitting here swinging this pickaxe, there's some activity, right? I've got this stamina bar, I've got these rock opportunities here, right? So they've gone out of their way to try and make this a little bit active, and getting in there to actually play while you're gathering here. But the thing that bothers me about this is, in my opinion, the coolest thing about gathering is finding the nodes and creating like gathering routes. If you've ever played Albion Online or Elder Scrolls Online or New World or any of those games, a lot of your gathering was about finding a route that you could go from node to node to node and then running that route. But the most enjoyable part of that was identifying what the route was and doing the exploration and finding the best path and all of that stuff. And then after a while, it just became this boring circle that you were running in and just going up to the node and clicking it and getting your reward and moving on. And I think that's really bad. The other thing that is a huge problem with gathering and crafting in games is that um, most of the time that is absorbed, most of the player time that is absorbed in gathering and crafting systems is borne by the gathering system, which means that your players have to spend a really, really large amount of time doing these boring tasks so that they don't end up flooding the market with items. In traditional loot systems, you have to get through a dungeon and kill a boss to get the item. And so there's a certain amount of time investment per item that you receive. And so in order to create that same time investment with crafting systems, we've really leaned on gathering and made it this really grindy system that ultimately equates to just a slot machine for loot. And so I have an idea of how I think this could be most easily and most interestingly fixed, and that is to change crafting into not a mini game, but like a full game. I don't know if you've ever played, gosh damn it, I don't know if you've ever played a game called Slay the Spire, but it's a really good roguelite that has you going up through this tower and doing all these different engagements. And so in my brain, crafting an item is a series of small decisions that ultimately leads to the finished item. So, you've got all these different paths and you've got all these different engagements. And sometimes you fight a monster, sometimes there's a shopkeeper, sometimes there's a random encounter thing, sometimes there's a bunch of different stuff. And if going up through this web of different engagements not only came with the engagement itself, but also a change to the item you make. So, right, maybe you do the combat engagement here, and that gives you a little bit of attack power. And then maybe on the next tier, you do a random engagement here, and it gives you like a bonus to the luck on that item. And then maybe you do another engagement over here, and it gives you a little bit of attack speed. And so you're making all these small decisions. Yeah, we'll see you there, Goblin. But you're making all of these small decisions about how you're crafting your item, and it's having an impact on the finished item. And then you have a failure state, and that failure state doesn't cause you to lose your item. It just means that you can't continue to craft it. Um, but the reason that's so important to me is because it also absorbs a lot of time. And this is why I don't want just a mini game. I want like a full on game system for my crafting because I want every item to take, 20 or 30 minutes to make. Because as soon as the crafting takes a significant amount of time to make items, it means that gathering doesn't have to be tedious anymore because you don't have to absorb the player's time in gathering because you're absorbing the player's time in crafting. And so gatherables can become more rare and they can be procedurally generated to give like really interesting changes to the crafting system, right? To the layout of that crafting spider web that I was talking about earlier. And so you get this really good procedural generation of all these different stats and ways that, that can change. And you do it based on environmental effects like, if there was recently a thunderstorm or a lightning storm in a certain area, then maybe there are ores and trees and stuff like that infused with lightning mana that are going to increase your ability to get things like attack speed buffs as you're making items with those certain resources and stuff. And so I really want to see an evolution, right? Our crafting and gathering systems have been this, Since the dawn of crafting and gathering systems, we have never gone beyond whack rock, go into some sort of a menu to craft, a bajillion fucking spears so that I can level up. And it's not RuneScape's fault, right? I'm not trying to shit on RuneScape because RuneScape's been around since the beginning of that, right? They were some of the people who made these first systems, and everybody's just been copy pasting that without evolving it in any way, and it's just ass. That I mentioned brings a randomness lesson with each mini game. Well, so I'm fine. I'm fine with any sort of system as long as it takes a significant amount of time, and it has to be skill based. So another part of the importance of this is it can't be something that everyone can do at the highest level, right? Just like PvE and PvP combat are very skill based, and the best players sort of sit at the top. The same thing is true of whatever the crafting system is, because as it stands now, um, there's no, as it stands now, there's no difference between players, right? Any player who gets the players, or any player who gets the character skills can craft at the same levels. There's no burden of knowledge, there's no burden of skill, there's none of that. And so everything just gets mathed out really quickly, and just the prices of everything become fixed. So let's see. Before I go, my game's item crafting works like this. There are 3 pieces needed. They add static stats to the item created. Then it procedurally generates the rest of the item depending on a 4th item's parameter. So like if you choose iron for 3 pieces, it might add 3 times +1 strength. And then the 4th item makes it a rare item. It then gets procedurally generated with a customized drop system, adds +3 strength to the weapon on top of everything else. That's cool. My Discord actually got hacked recently, so I deleted it. Obrixy, so I don't have a Discord anymore. Womp womp. I mean, this chat is all about talking about video games, Goblin. You can hijack away, dude. I don't care. It ain't hurting me none to talk about video games. Don't hurt me none to talk about video games at all. I do like your system there. I'd be curious, like, how do you make the 3 pieces? And the 4th piece that does the other thing? Like, are those also crafted, or do you find them, or? Just don't like this in my Discord in other streamers' chats. I don't care, dude. You can come on here and advertise your own stream for all I care. If it gets egregious, then I might get upset. But if we're having a conversation and somebody hits you up about your Discord, fucking throw it up there if you want to. I don't care. Ain't gonna hurt me none. They could be trout. I can make a trout sword. Shit. How about a trout bow? Call it the fishy flinger. Oh, well, so it won't let you link things. I guess I should have mentioned that. Um, Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? You would have to like type in the code or whatever because you can't put links in the chat. That's just to protect everybody from nefarious dipshits who are, trying to like scam people and stuff like that, get them to go to fake websites. And so unfortunately, there is no links. There is snow warning here today? Well, that's crazy. There's never a snow warning where I live now. The Necronium +4 pick feels great, except it should be, well, I only have the Necronium +3 because I didn't get enough Necronium because I'm dumb. So, you live in the World West, in the deserts, under the sands, inside a cave. Oh, dude, I wish I lived in a cave. In the middle of nowhere, where there were no other people talking outside of my window, pissing me off. Make me so happy, dude. Just me and the coyotes, bro. Me and the coyotes. Tectonic plates have to shift. They can get you some internet there. I mean, that's what we got satellites for, dude. I don't know if you know this, but there are these little relays flying around, orbiting the planet. And they take in light, and then they beam that light full of data other places around the world. So you can transmit and receive information from basically fucking anywhere. When I was on deployment, when I was in the Navy, we were in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, crossing to go over to the Middle East. And we had internet in the middle of the ocean. And that was 12 years ago. So, well, maybe more like 10 years ago. As things are now, shit. As long as I can play Hello Kitty Island Adventure, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. But yeah, we wanted every gathering skill to be usable for crafting. So as you level up your mining and stop mining iron and start mining star metal, that +1 strength changes to +5 strength or something. Trout might give +1 constitution. Thunderpike might give +3 constitution. That's cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Did I hear about the new Tesla phone? No, I didn't. I try to avoid learning anything new about Elon Musk because it just makes me angry. Because that guy's an idiot. Not that his companies aren't full of really smart people making smart things, but he's an idiot, and I hate him. Tesla phone supposedly, no matter where you go, you have service because it uses Starlink. That's really cool. And at the same time, really annoys me. But of course, I mean, we've had sat phones for a really long time, right? Sat phones have been a thing almost as long as cellular phones. Um, And that's absolutely, how they work, right? They work off of existing satellite networks. So, um, I mean, I guess because of just the volume of satellites that Starlink has put into orbit and their proximity to Earth because they're in low Earth orbit instead of the higher orbit of things like GPS satellites and stuff like that, that don't necessarily have to transmit data at speed, but instead need to be able to transmit data with consistency anywhere, always. So it's a little more about reliability than speed. And coverage with the smallest number of satellites possible. So probably the service of um, I'm sure the service of the Tesla phones are probably better. But the thing that really bothers me is we now have this one person, right? That's a monopoly, um, just straight up. Because the technology behind, Starlink and all that stuff, what should have happened is that infrastructure should be owned by governments. And then just like, and it doesn't really work this way, even though it's supposed to, the infrastructure of telecommunications in the United States is technically supposed to be owned by our government, and then it's leased by different telecommunications companies to provide their services to um, to the country. And so the same thing ultimately should have happened with Starlink, because otherwise it's a monopoly, right? Once you have the only constellation of low Earth orbit satellites with those particular capabilities, then things like the Tesla phone become the only type of phone you can have that have those capabilities. And that's just that's anti-competitive, right? It's anti-consumer. And because space is a very finite resource, especially orbital space directly around our planet is a finite resource. The fact that there's just one fucking nerd in charge of that is maybe the dumbest thing that's happened in the history of humankind. But it does sound cool. I mean, it's especially probably valuable for maritime uses. And that's one of the things that I think is most interesting about Starlink is, sure, there are lots of places in the world, lots of land places in the world where we have pretty low quality of service because infrastructure just doesn't exist. And when you put that infrastructure in outer space and just send it on an orbital path, you can much more easily distribute that infrastructure. And that's super cool. But more importantly, it opens up a world of maritime use for civilian maritime use that will allow us to potentially um, start looking into things like floating cities and stuff like that. They've done a lot of interesting things with like modular, connectable floating platforms on massive scales that draw power from the kinetic energy of ocean currents and just the natural flowing and moving of the ocean, which is a crazy awesome way to power a city. I mean, there's so much kinetic energy in our oceans due to the gravitational pull of the moon and the sun and our tides. Our oceans are just kind of constantly in this state um, of flow, and so being able to harness that on a floating platform and being able to access infrastructure that was previously landlocked because we needed lines and cables and stuff like that to transmit data through opens up a pretty enormous section of our world um, to development, and development in an extremely sustainable way, right? If you're drawing your energy directly from the ocean beneath you, there's just so much power involved there, and that's basically pollution free power, right? You're just turning kinetic energy directly into electrical energy through turbines without burning, without really even utilizing any resources. So it's pretty crazy the opportunities that something like that could open up. And if we, had the ability to develop and live on some of the water's surface, then that opens up a lot of land for, um, more agriculture, things like that. So we'll see. The future could be really interesting. Could be really interesting. I personally would love to live on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Um, one of these days, if I become a rich and famous streamer, it's going to happen. I'm going to get me some Starlink internet, and I'm going to get me a big old fuck, I forgot what they big old catamaran. And I'm gonna drive that motherfucker out into the South Atlantic. And I'm gonna get me some hydroponics and I'm gonna fish. And I'm gonna stay out there for as long as humanly possible before I have to come back. Years if I can. Never see my ass again. I mean, I'll be streaming, but I won't be around. I'll be in the middle of the ocean. Nothing would make me happier than to just go be in the middle of the ocean. Never see another human face for the rest of my life. Just straight chilling. We hit level 72, I just realized. In smithing, we now need 90,000 XP per level. A couple of requirements for some quests here. And we got that more nechrite and phasmite ore storage. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. Oop. I wasn't managing my stamina there. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know the nearer your expectation, the more you slip sliding away. We got to make 4 more levels mining before I can be very sure of the fact that I'm going to have enough resources to get to level 76. So it's been pretty consistent, and they did a really good job with this. This is really cool, that as I level up mining, my smithing sort of levels up right beside it. So if I gather resources all the way up to level 76 and then use those resources to craft, then I can be fairly sure of the fact, especially if I use the burial system, then I can be fairly sure of the fact that I will end up at 76 smithing as well. And that's not actually very common. Even in these systems, which should be extremely easy to do the math on, where you're just gathering and crafting, and it's literally just like a direct translation of number of resources to XP. It honestly, it shouldn't be that difficult to create a system that ends up like that, where, you know, you're mining and you're smithing and you're refining and you're whatever else can just all kind of go hand in hand with each other like that. But it's extremely uncommon to get a crafting system that's built like that. I don't know why. It aggravates the shit out of me. But I'm pretty happy about this one because of that. It's one of my favorite things. It's why I like the mining and the smithing so much, is they just synergize so well. I feel really comfortable doing it. Like, it feels good. But it is going to be a long slog. We might not even get to smithing today. It might take so long to get to 76 mining that we might just be mining this whole stream, which is crazy. Because we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Oh my god. Yeah, we're probably mining this entire stream. Just going to be whacking these runite rocks and these dragolith rocks. All day, all day. So I did some stuff with dungeoneering last night, and I know that some people have said they don't really like the dungeoneering, but I think the dungeoneering is so cool. Because it's just a roguelite, right? You go down in there, and you do your dungeoneering, and you can level up like every other skill in there, which is super cool. Because, I mean, I think that you could probably do a run of the game where all you did was do dungeoneering and leveled up. And you could level up like every stat. They've got rune crafting in there. I guess they don't have construction, at least as far as I've seen. But they've got, well, they might not have archaeology either. Although they might, but they've got divination. They've got summoning, they've got hunting, Slayer's not in there. They've got farming, they've got woodcutting, they've got fletching, they've got crafting, they've got fire making, they've got cooking. I don't think they have thieving. They've got herbology or herblore. They've got fishing, smithing, mining, all of your combat stuff. Yeah, so almost every skill. And then I don't think they have agility either. But almost every skill down there can be leveled, or almost every skill in the game can be leveled down there. The only problem that I have, no, they do have thieving. That's right. The only problem I have with that particular system is that it doesn't seem to line up very well with the levels. So I was running into, even though my thieving is only level 14, I was running into like level 90 chests in the really early dungeons. Like one of the first thieving chests I ran into was like a level 90 chest. And so I wasn't able to do that. And so I'd like to see them set it up a little more in a tier system so that you could have a better time just making use of all of the different rooms and stuff like that that are in the zones that you're in there. And I feel like that would just end up being way better because there's no reason for a person who's in the super early stages of the dungeoneering process in Demonheim to be running into a level 90 thing. You know, that makes it feel pretty unfun. And like you almost have to beat the whole game and get everything maxed out before you can even go in there and do anything. And that was kind of feeling bad. But other than that, I think the system is super cool. And I think it's important to have different gameplay elements like that where I'm sort of stepping out of the world. So RuneScape is really good in that its open world and its base gameplay are all really good. But this is something that we've been doing in MMOs for a long time, but we've been doing it in a very specific way, and that is that we've had dungeons, right? And those dungeons are usually instanced. They take you out of the game world to play this sort of other style of game because dungeons are very different than open world grinding or doing anything in the open world. And so what I would like to see is I would like to see more implementations of that, right? I'd like to see your MMO become sort of the world that you inhabit, and then all of these other gameplay modes be like the MMO's the carnival, and all these other gameplay modes are sort of the rides at the carnival. And so you spend most of your time walking around the carnival, but then every now and then you'll hop on a ride because you want to have some fun. You want to have a little bit of a different experience. And there's lots of different rides, right? You've got fun houses with mirrors, and you've got Ferris wheels, and you've got roller coasters, and you've got drop towers, and you've got, you know, all these different kinds of things that can be added. Um, to make that more interesting. And I'd just like to see some of that maybe in the future. Our MMO games really do have to evolve. We have been very stagnant. I mean, it's obvious in the fact that I don't feel like this game, right, RuneScape 3, that has literally been around since the dawn of MMO games. I don't feel like this game is terribly different mechanically from every other MMO I've played, which is crazy, right? I should feel like I've taken a massive step back when I come play a game that's this old. You know, it should be like looking at the lost link in humanity, or the missing link in humanity between, you know, apes and humans. Just the loss of evolution, right? The backtracking, the de-evolution should be extremely stark, and it's just not. You know, there's obviously a graphical fidelity thing, right? This game looks like an older game, but that's really the only place that MMOs feel like they've truly evolved in any meaningful way is how they look graphically. Everything else just feels very, very samey, which is great
the longevity of this game, right? Because it feels really good to be able to just keep playing this game and know that I'm not missing out on any cool features that other games might have that this one doesn't. But it kind of sucks for modern games. Um, is why would I play them? The amount of content, and I think that's why WoW is still so dominant, right? Is the amount of content in WoW is massive because it's been out for so long, and the team is so huge, and they have such good financing that there's very little chance that another MMO is going to compete with that, you know. So why wouldn't I just play that? It makes me sad. Get ourselves leaned back a little here again. Tell you what, that caffeine I took earlier doesn't really feel like it's doing its job. My brain is sleepy. Gotta wake that motherfucker up. Quick, somebody think of a math problem. Actually, don't. I'm really bad at math. I don't want to do math. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm here to talk to you again. Bunch of random songs popping in my head today. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but when a random song starts popping in my head, I gotta sing it. It's not even a choice. It just comes out. It just pops out of there. Now I've got Christmas songs stuck in my head. Ruh-roh. It's not near enough to Christmas time to be singing Christmas songs. Not near enough to Christmas time. What is this person doing? I feel like there's been a lot of people running around talking to this dude. And then they just disappear. They talk to this guy and then they just poof. What's going on over here? What are we looking at? I don't know.
I do not know what's going on. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Tell you what, I'm starting to have a lot more respect for those people with those 3,095 skill points. Because damn. I've only got 626. Feel like I've been skilling my life away. It's Sheik again. Talk to that dude, disappear. What's going on? I don't understand. I'm only 3,031. I mean, I got mad respect for that too. I can't even imagine getting that far. The hours of gameplay that would take. The hours of just sitting here whacking rocks that it's going to take to get up to 120 mining eventually. I mean, I'm not even 100th of the way there. Oh my god, I'm not even 100th of the way there. Jeez. 1 billion total XP. That's crazy. I've got 2 mil. $2 mil. So I've got 1/500th of the amount of XP you have. That's batshit. Batshit crazy. It's actually 1/532nd, but still. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. It does just take time. But I'm so far behind. How am I ever going to catch up? Now I understand why people use Treasure Hunter. Give me them good XPs. If for no other reason than to just feel like they're catching up. Not that I would do it. A, I'm too broke. And B, what would be the point? But I do understand why some people would. We're going to be whacking these rocks for a long time today. Goodness. I'm also starting to understand why people use Alt-1. It doesn't take very much attention to do this, but it takes at least some. And that's enough. Out of curiosity, is there like guild storage and stuff in this game? If I was to like eventually convert this character to a main and a non-Ironman, and then like make other characters in a guild, would they be able to share things? There's that chic person again. They're going to talk to this dude and then poof, they're going to disappear. What is happening? Oh. There's Ace again, too. They keep vanishing. Don't know too much about guild stuff usually. So, yeah, I think that's kind of like most people. I think a lot of people tend to seem to play this game pretty solo. Which is pretty funny. Hey, there's the little tree person there. Oh, they've just got themselves a orichalcum pick. You've definitely been out here long enough to go ahead and upgrade. What are you racking that orichalcum for still? What are you racking that orichalcum for still? Living in a hateful world. It's crazy to me how many of these I've gotten today. Still don't know what they're for or where to use them. I think somebody said they're for buying the mining gear. Probably need to figure out where I need to go to do that, see how much those things cost. I'd like to be getting some extra XP like I am with my blacksmithing. Would be nice. Would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? "92 gemstone golem fragments. Booyah." These Dragolith rocks take way too long to pickaxe. Give me more Dragolith. Jackhammer is definitely the way to go, for sure. A few years ago, I actually got to use a jackhammer. That shit's fun. Man, that stuff's fun. I like power tools. They're a good time. So after I died yesterday, I was actually kind of thinking that I might restart and go back to hardcore. But I didn't realize you can't just like restart your character. So I would have to get another account or another character and pay for membership again if I wanted to restart. And that kind of made me sad. I wish that I could just erase this character and start again with the membership and everything. Because I don't really feel like I've gotten that far, right? Like all these lower tier skills, the only skill that I've really put a lot of effort into is mining and smithing. Everything else I feel like I could get back to pretty quick. And I also don't think that I've necessarily followed the best path. I don't want to say most optimum, but definitely the path that I've taken so far has been pretty bad. So I don't necessarily feel like I would be losing nearly as much time as I've put in. And so I was kind of thinking I might start the hardcore again, but there's not really any way to do that. Which is uncool, Jagex. Uncool. And he refused to step in line. A vision he did see of fucking rocking all the time. He wrote a tasty jam and all the planets did align. Ba-da-dow. This is not the greatest song in the world, no. This is a tribute. Couldn't remember her, the greatest song in the world. This is a tribute. Yeah, yeah, he. Yeah, yeah, ho. Yeah, yeah, he. Yeah, yeah, ha, ha. Okay, so it takes 13 million XP to get to level 99. So it takes 1.3 million XP to get 10% of the way. So if I look at my mining right now, I don't even quite have a million XP. So it looks like at about level 75, I'll be 1/10 of the way there. And that thought makes my head explode. I don't understand. Just got to push what off? Well, I mean, it's obviously impossible. There's no way, William. I would love to get 99 in a week, but it's not happening. I'm starting to understand why people were like, oh, wow, Iron Man on your first go. That's crazy. Because everything was going really smooth in the beginning, and I was just passing levels, and I was feeling really great. But I'm starting to get it. It's starting to sink in a little bit. Starting to sink in a little bit. It also means that all those little bonuses that help you get a little more XP are so much more important. I mean, I've got my gloves already, so that's 1%. But you're talking about hundreds of hours of grinding to get levels. And so, I mean, if you save 5%, if you save 10%, if you save whatever, honestly, I got to get crafting up. I got to be able to play or make these urns. Yeah, I could imagine having to go through that agility course or the agility courses just over and over and over and over again. We definitely need to look more carefully at what I can do to increase my XP gain, though, from the earliest possible point. Because doing this just brute force style is the path to madness. I was a main until I bought gear to kill some boss, and the boss I wanted to kill dropped the gear. That was so useless to do anything that way. 1 week later, my first iron. Yeah, I can understand that. I think you need to round yourself off for the sake of your sanity. Yeah, no, you're probably right, Jenkins. You're probably right. I'm thinking 70 might be the spot because that's where it starts taking like a whole day, like a whole stream plus the rest of my day that I play to get, to the next tier. 60 to 70 took about a whole day, I think. So maybe if I start working towards getting everything to 70, and then from there I can start looking at, paths to XP gain. And I mean, I'm not really determined. Um, I'm obstinate. And when I can't do things the way that I want, I usually just give up instead of looking for an alternate path. It's not determination, it's an unwillingness to bend. I would pause at 70 and a bit later go to 80. Yeah. No, I think you're probably right. I think 70 is probably a good spot to go. So let's go take this stuff. Well, we're going to finish up. We're going to fill up our box because it's stupid to be out here and not fill up the box. And then I think we're going to work on crafting and fletching and wood cutting. Try and get that up. Specifically crafting, I want to get up to level 70. And I want to, because if you can make the pots or whatever with crafting, I think that's a good one. We got to get all these to 80 so that we can do invention. But we'll get up to 70 first. I'll probably not worry too much about combat at this point, because combat's kind of the least interesting thing to me right now. Not that I don't enjoy the combat system, but I want to be able to make all my own gear. I want to be able to do all the things at a good tier before I start worrying about combat too much. So, yeah, I want to do some herblore. Herblore is really cool. Want to do some crafting. We'll do some thieving. We'll get everything up to about 70. The mats you're gonna need to get to and then craft overloads is gonna make you scream. What's an overload? Herb lore potion? Okay. It is an adventure. And there's lots of cool places in this game. That's one of the other things is I want to be a little more well-rounded because I've been running into a problem where I can't do stuff and I can't go places because the game's like, "Oh, you want to go mine? Why don't you have thieving if you want to go mine?" And my brain short circuits every time that happens. It's like, "What do you mean I need thieving to go mine? You crazy motherfucker." Holy crap, not even a tenth of the way there. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It does seem like there's quite a bit of stuff to do in the 70s. I mean, that really feels like, right, 60 is where the mid game seems to start to start at, right? So you've got your free to play um up to, 50 or 60 and you don't really have access to any bosses and stuff at that point. And then you get your membership and you can get up to, 60, 65. And then you can start doing your bosses and a lot of the other content. But it definitely feels like the game is designed um, to want you to diversify, to access content. A well rounded adventurer is required for most things. And then you just slowly get it all up there, which is fine. It's not the path I would take. I'm generally a much more narrowly focused kind of a person. I pick something and then I just do the shit out of that thing. But that is severely suboptimal in this game. So we just have to adjust our viewpoint a little. Which admittedly I don't like doing. All right, let's get ourselves back over here. Let's put all this stuff away. And let's see. What should be next? I think crafting is definitely the better for the next. Right? Wood cutting, fletching, crafting. We'll see about farming. I need to see what's a good path to getting some farming up. Be useful in later grinds. Me going fishing for 5 days straight so I have food for boss for weeks. Do you really eat that much food in this game? Goodness. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put this thing right up here. We'll put it right here. When everything's on cooldown, auto eat food. All right, let's go put away. You go kill a boss and you can go through some loads quickly. Well, that's cool though. I'm okay with that. Let's see. Let's pull out some geodes. And let's get the regular geodes first. Because this gives crafting XP, right? Cutting these gems. Oh, mine gem from gem rocks? Okay. Cool, look into that. Ooh, not quite high enough for that one. All right, let's put all this stuff away. So they got open all. Yeah, there is. Oh, okay. So you get the uncut gems instead of the geodes. Got it. Yeah, I definitely would want a gem bag if that's the case. But we'll open all these geodes first and see what we get here. I do have a couple of tiers of geodes. Although I might not have the crafting skill required. For some of these. Sad that I'm crushing so many of these gems. Oop, we're all done there. Nice. I don't like that I get so much less XP when I cut a gem and like fail and turn it into gem dust. And then instead of getting the amount I'm supposed to get, I only get like 5 XP. That feels real bad. Because it's not the thing that I'm creating that I should be deriving the XP from. It's the resource that I'm using up. My own stupidity killed me, S-Man. I was trying to get myself some phasmatite. And so I was up here, I got some nechrite, and then I was going up to get some phasmatite. And if you go around this way, you can avoid everything, but I didn't know that. So I went up this way, and there's some hydra thingies, some dragons here, and they beat my ass. It was a very sad day. From Sapphire on, I can't crush them. That's nice. At least there's that. Ooh, nice. Think I can cut these now. Hell yeah. Let's take these out. Let's craft them. Boop. Bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Cut my sapphires. Cut my gem into pieces. We're getting pretty close to 35 there. Hopefully at 35 I can cut all those diamonds that I've got. Because I sure do got a lot of them. Put all these. Hey, there it is. 35. What do we get? One of the requirements for the haunted mine. One of the requirements for missing mummy. Brudu shield. A plain smithing urn. Yes. Cut ruby. Ruby ring. What's all this shit? Oh, we're also going to get hunter and rune crafting urns. Nice. Nice, nice. Very nice. All right, put all this away. And the last one here. Smithing makes melee armor. Crafting can do ranged. Yeah, I kind of figured it out after I said, what the fuck is this? Kind of figured it out. So how do I make jewelry then? It's like I have all these necklaces. And I have all these jewels. And I can crush these things into other stuff. But I don't know how. Molds. Okay. Enchant with magic. So I gotta level up my magic to do crafting? Oh, it's too much. It's too many things. I don't like it. Right, but then I can like... Can I not make those already finished ones? Can I not like put jewels into the unfinished one or already finished ones? Do I have to put a gold bar into the mold with the jewel in order to make... So I guess what I'm asking is, are these useless to me? Can I not do anything with these? Okay, yeah, so you need a bar. Cool. Not to do crafting, but to make the jewelry actually useful besides resell. Okay. All right, well, we'll take all these out then, and we'll just sell them to some rando. Where's a merchant? Guess I know where there's a merchant over here in Lumbridge, so we'll just go over here. Nice. I haven't really made very much gold at all, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so what are we gonna do? What do we have that we can turn into stuff? We got a lot of unstrung bows. We got a lot of unstrung bows. I think every 50 quest points, you can get a little money. Yeah, somebody has pointed me in that direction. It was up here. Yeah, like talking to this person right here, I think, is how I got that 250K that I got. Swamp tar. I got so much stuff. Let's take out the grimy. Got a bunch of these grimy things. We can clean those, right? Get some herb lore going. Yeah, somebody told me that there would be some things in the future I'd probably need it for, but for right now, it probably wasn't that big of a deal. Right, can't clean those. Can't clean those. Can't clean those. Can't clean those. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Then I need flasks and stuff to make potions. But I also don't even know how to get those. Alright, what do we do with spirit shards? Shards of an obelisk used in summoning, okay?
Got a bunch of gold charms. Buy some wood leaves from farmer and do beehives for easy farm levels. Now I understand. Why am I not wearing this? The herb guy in Taverley sells vials daily. Okay. Well, I definitely need to be buying those daily then, for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why am I not wearing it? I ran around that stupid house getting chased by a giant fucking blob monster. Blob monster that was able to eat ghosts. I think the herb guy's in here, right? You the herb guy? Nope. Oh, it's this nerd over here. Okay. Come here, jackass. All right. Free vial. Take. Buy 10 for sure. Buy 10 more that already have water in them. Hell yeah. Let's go fill these things up with water here. Oh, we're just walking past my well. Fill all them bad boys up. For now, we'll just go put them away. We'll make sure we buy these like every day. Some bunny rabbits. I will hug him and squeeze him. All right, let's maybe take out 10 at a time here. Can I just mix these bad boys, right? Yeah. Make an unfinished Guam potion. Okay. You only get 1 XP for that? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, then how do I finish this bad boy? Okay, so I've got an unfinished Guam push, so I need red berries or Eye of Newt or red berries or Eye of Newt. Okay, so we want red berries. So I know where to get red berries. We had to do that shit. For that stupid quest. with the stupid goblins that couldn't pick a stupid color. Because they're too stupid. Stupid goblinses. Gummy bears, bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventure that's beyond compare. We are the gummy bears. Y'all ever watch that TV show when you were kids? Hey, we can make defense potions now. We can get Meritil. Strength mix? Ooh, what does a strength mix do? Doesn't want to tell me. And a weak defense potion in Demonheim. How long does it take for these red berries to come back? Come on now. I need 6 more berries. Oh, berry. Fine, I'll come back. Be that way. I didn't want to pick you anyway. Why am I trying to go back to the teleport? Like I've got to go back to the teleport in order to teleport. I guess I could go over to the bank real quick and put all this stuff away. I hate you. That's right. Didn't I unlock the Lorehound? Yeah, I did. That was 25 to unlock the next level? Yeah, let's unlock it. Okay, this was Vile Cell 5 berries and a... I don't like the idea of needing to go... Hey. I have another magic dice. Roll the dice. Hey, another 250k. Yeah. So how do I use my stupid doggy that I just got there? Because I've like leveled up the doggy twice. But how do I use it? Stupid doggy. Oh, there's a bank chest. Nope. I'll just go fuck myself then, that's fine. How much is that doggy in the window? Arf, arf. Alright. Put this stuff in here for now. That can go there. Now we got 500,000 gold. Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? Now that I don't have an extremely narrow focus of things that I want to do. Hey, what's up, Chris? How are you today? I'm getting like decision paralysis. There's too many things to do. Are there higher tiers of urns? Is there a search function? No. Yes. Plain urn, strong urn, decorated urn, exquisite urn. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the problem though. Is like there are all the things. And so the question isn't whether or not I understand that I could just pick a thing and go for it. The problem is, what do I pick? And my fear of making a mistake makes me like want to overanalyze all of the possible decisions until I pick the best one. There's a lot of variables to calculate, you know? So you get 1 XP per flex. I mean, but there is, though. There 100% is. And it's crafting. And the reason crafting is the best one, because urns give you more XP for everything else. Grinding every night. This game is grinding. This should be called grinding online. Because that's really the whole point. Side note, 78 smithing, 2 more to go, and I got invention. Hey, good job, William. Way to go. The reason crafting is the best one is because those urns, I mean, they just speed up everything else, right? So ultimately, doing anything that you can make an urn for without the urn is a dumb fucking idea. And I spent a couple of days mining and smithing without mining and smithing urns because I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. No, put them all away. Oh, that's right. The strings are for fletching, not for crafting. Okay. Click the crafting button. Let's go see what's some things to do here. What does this take? Doesn't tell you. What does this take? Doesn't tell you. Do you have to do hunting? Is that how you get all of these other resources? Nope. Not dealing with that. Not being able to see what resources I need to be able to make things is pissing me off. There should be a series of, even if it's a series of buttons, right? I should be able to come in here and I should be able to say, okay, carapace torso. And I should be able to click it and it should take me to the crafting thing. And then I should be able to click the resource that is used to craft the thing and it should tell me where I get those things. And then I should go out and I should find those things and I should get them. But there's no nested menus, there's no menus anywhere where I can see that crap unless I go to an external source like the wiki. There's no reason for me to not be able to just click this right here. It's stupid. You can't just go to the workbenches and look at everything. You can't. Oh, man. That's fine. If it's not made in a workbench, is there a menu that I can open that just lets me see what I can craft in my inventory? Like, how is there not crafting thing? right? We got a backpack, we got my regular inventory. But instead, it's all part of, you have to have the item in your inventory, and then you click it, and then it shows you what you can craft from it. So you can go from the base item up fairly easily as soon as you have the base item. But you can't go from the item you're trying to make backwards and figure out where the start point is. And the start point is the most important part. And the end point is usually where you're starting your calculations from as far as what you want. So you have to be able to get from the end point, which is where you're making your decisions about what you're crafting, back to the start point so you know what you need to go get. And if there isn't an easy way to do that, so that you can trace that back so that you know, okay, I need to go gather this resource, I need to do this thing, I'm going to turn this resource into this, and then this into the thing that I finally want, then like how are you supposed to manage that if there's no path there? Like it was super easy when I didn't know what to do with these things, these potions, because they were already in my inventory. And so it was super simple, right? I just clicked it like, hey, I'm trying to mix this potion. And then I go up here and I look and I say, oh, if I want to make whatever with this potion, I can make attack potions and I can make ranging potions. Cool. And then I can see, like, oh, I need red berries to mix with this thing that I already had. But if I had started at wanting to make ranging potions, and I had been looking in my herb lore, and I had looked at ranging potion and been like, oh, I really need a ranging potion because I'm gonna do ranging. Then there's no, okay, well, it says here finally there's one that has actual ingredients. Um, but there's no path backwards. Like it says I need guam and red berries, but then I don't have the ability to figure out what guam is. So I guess I can see if I can find a guam. There's clean guam, but it doesn't say the unfinished guam potion. Like doesn't exist in here anyway. So there's no, from this end point, there's no path backwards for me. There's nowhere to compare XP rates, right? I can't look at the XP of different things that I might craft at different benches that all, go towards this crafting system. So I can't compare XP rates and resource requirements to find, the item that I most want to make. I can't. The systems are just really complex, and the information they give you is extremely minimalistic. It's why I glommed on to mining and smithing so hard, is because smithing is the exact opposite, right? I can go in here and I can look at every single everything, and it's going to get a little more complicated up here, and I'm going to start having some problems. But especially here at the base tier, right? I have access to everything. I know everything just from these two, just the anvil and the furnace, give me all of the information I could possibly want. As far as XP rates, as far as how to make these things, like this is so good. None of the other craftings have anything even remotely close. I have no information like this anywhere else that I can just access anytime I want. It's insane. I'm not even able to figure out, right? Like I can put these in here. There's not even anything in here that's going to tell me how to make necklaces, right? Like you need a mold and a gold to make a necklace. But I can even go in here and click this ruby and open up this craft window. And if I didn't know better, then I would think that all of these gems were just used to make bolt tips and didn't make necklaces. Because at no point does it give you that information. I can see it at the furnace. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, look at that. Well, that's nice. This is fantastic. Hey, here's the glass thing, too. So I can make molten glass. Does that mean that I can make um doesn't look like it. Oh, I have the mold in my tool belt. Cool. Crafting. Ring mold, necklace mold, bracelet mold, amulet mold. Are there better versions of those, I wonder? Okay, so I have a ton of gems. So I can totally craft a bunch of this shit. Which is dope. I just gotta get some more gold bars. One gold bar makes a gold ore, or one gold ore makes a gold bar. That's nice. Dope. Let's go get some gold. Okay, not perfect gold ore, just regular gold ore. I mean, it is that unintuitive to a new player. And I know that it's that unintuitive to a new player because I'm a new player. And something being intuitive means that you can intuit, meaning that somebody doesn't have to tell you or you don't have to have prior knowledge. I didn't bring my box with me. Also, are there no rock opportunities on the rocks or the non or the I don't know the precious metal rocks? That's crazy. Where's my rock opportunities, dude? All right, level 36. One of the requirements for Enlightened Journey. One of the requirements for a fairy tale. We can make fruit baskets and cooking urns and roseblood robes. Carapace shields. Ooh, that's exciting. I wonder if that's a... Oh, it's a ranged shield. A Batwing book. A magic shield. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. All right, well, this seems to be the best path for at least the immediate future. I guess I need to look into engineering, what it takes to get some sort of a gem pouch. I assume I have to buy the pouch. Is that... Can't teleport there without my friendship ring. That's funny. Where is my friendship ring? Is it way over here? It is way over here. Cool. That's not the person I need to fucking talk to. Probably need to talk to this person, right? Surely this is where I get the pouch. This is not where I get the pouch. Okay, let's open up to engineering and let's see if we can see something about a gem pouch here. Gem bag also requires 25 crafting. So 25. Is it craftable or whatever? We'll see. Yeah, so before we get into this whole dungeoneering thing, trying to get to level 25 real quick so that I can try and figure out what to do with that, whatever that gem pouch is. I'm gonna go get some food real quick because it's been about 4 hours and I'm a little hungry. So I'm gonna fill up my water, use the restroom, get some food, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll go down in here. I actually really like Demonheim. I really like these dungeons. So we'll get through these until we get to level 25 of dungeoneering and see what's up. Say what now? I don't know what FIR stands for. Yeah, I went to go get some food real quick. I just finished eating. How are you today, Pike? Hell yeah, I actually have options now. Well, that was less than useful. Let's do this thing, though. What do you got? Ice Fiend? Get wrecked. Damn, look at all those coins. Well, they're going to give us so many coins. Let's head back. Let's talk to this nerd. I'm here to trade. What do we want? 4,000 for an ore? Bathus? Novite? What do we got right now? What is this stuff? Marmos. So we don't want to go lower than that tier. So let's just buy as much of this stuff as we can with the resources it's given us so far. And then let's go talk to the furnace here. Let's make some bars. And then let's see about making some gears here. What do we got? We can make a chest piece. We can make some boots and gloves. We got better. Let's see, anti-dragon shield, a better kite shield. We got helms. I kind of want a better weapon, but I also kind of want some more armor, like a full plate chest. Or a chain body, I guess, is all I can make. I got the plate skirt. Make a chain body would be pretty nice. Yeah, let's make a chain body. Let's equip that bad boy. Let's get in here. This is just going to start being my default. I'm mad at the rest of the game. So I'm going to play this. Light a fire next to him. I need some logs. Okay. Well, that'll be exciting. Unlock that dude. I've never had a random dude in ice before. In here. Ooh, some fraxite ore. Yo, this is good. But this is what I'm talking about. You can train everything down here. And everything actually trains pretty well down here. All the resources and stuff that you get are fairly high value as far as XP. The problem is that it does things like this fractite, I think, is like a level 40.
And so if I can't, when I'm in a low tier dungeon, I get these level 40 things a lot, and it just doesn't quite mesh properly. What I would want is to instead get stuff that's just more around the tier that I'm kind of playing in. But it's not terribly set up. It's just not quite where I want to be all the time. But we've got some wood here. It's because of your current mining and smithing level. Well, except that I get a lot of like level 90 thieving stuff. So I mean, is it just because I have this, so everything comes at a higher tier? Because that's kind of crazy. Because like the first ever thieving chest I ever tried to open was a level 90 chest, and that's just wonky. Before I go into the next room, let's actually just run back here to this spot. Did I not pick up the potato spud? I did. Let's take the potato spud and put it in here for some farming XP. And the some falls in, but higher ore will be more common thanks to your levels. Okay. Well, that's good to know at least, because I was pretty worried there for a little while. Those are all just random, but ore and stuff will also... Okay, cool. In that case, if that's what happens, I really want to do a character where we do the whole everything just in dungeoneering. Just 99 everything in dungeoneering. Don't do anything else. Because that'd be super cool. Because it gives you, little ways to level up basically everything in here. Hell, I mean, since we've decided to start doing sort of everything together. I mean, this is really fun. I like doing these things. I like them a lot. They're interesting. I think they're pretty fun. Let's see. I want a fractite weapon for sure. So let's do that. And then I want some more fractite gear. So let's get some boots. And can I make some gloves? Nope, that looks like it. Okay. And then we're going to make some novites, but don't really need them. It could be something that you could do on like an alt character. So that if you got bored of dungeons, you could go do something else on another champion, on another character. And then just come back to this and see, just how much effort does it really take to get all the way up. We definitely don't need a Novite sword. We definitely don't need this anymore. It'd be pretty cool, though. Pretty freaking cool. Hey, there's some Kratonite. I left some gold. Left them bones. Let's go ahead and get them bones. All right, let's smith some Kratonite here. And then let's see. We don't want to do Novite. We want to do Kratonite. Let's see. We've got. Did I not make a pair of boots or something? Oh, no, gloves. There we go. So we want a pair of boots. We just want one pair of boots. We want a helmet. Nice. Yeah, we're looking too awesome over here, man. Looking too. Oh. Let me back. Gotta farm up my potatoes. Put some more potatoes. One potato, two potato. Now, the one thing I haven't been able to really find. Oh, I know how I could cook. I need to make a fucking fire. Duh. What's up, hooded man? Shall I return to the surface now, or is there more you would ask? Who are you? You're going to tell me stories. What are these stories about? Why are you frozen in ice? Goodbye. Head to the surface, buddy. Get on out of here. Get up. Get on up. Fill up some water vials here. I mean, it's kind of just an entire game. Just completely separated from the actual game. It's kind of cool. Take a charm, take some of that. Don't need none of them fishes. Cave potato seed, some big bones. A misshapen claw. Recover the bear pelt memory. As you touch the bear pelt, it vanishes, revealing itself to be little more than a memory. You wonder if there's a story about it. Let's see, I don't really need this Novite orb, but we might as well get it, I guess. You also get way more XP for everything that you do in here than you do normally. What's going on? Oh, I didn't ask that old man for a story. I bet you there's something with that pelt in that old man's story that would have let me through that, probably. Oh, now I can't get anywhere at all. Is there a puzzle? Oh. But then I'd have to leave the dungeon, wouldn't I? Right, but that doesn't help me right here, right now. What the hell? Oh, he's doing a thing, okay. Sweet. Thanks, dude. All right. Need parts to repair the construct. Got it. Can we carve the lump of stone? Okay, he's missing a leg. So we're going to carve a leg here. Accidentally destroying the block in the process. Okay, so we didn't make a leg. That is unfortunate. I guess we can bury that. Can we go out this way? Good deal. Kill a couple of creepy crawly hands here. Since we've got a couple of vials, let's see. Okay, we did some of that. Get a new brick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll find. Oh, can you just get a new brick right out of that same chest? I thought I was going to have to, like, find a new brick. This makes more sense, though. This is definitely how they normally do things. All right. Dope. Unlock all my doors for me, dude. We did clean some of this Valerian. So let's do that. And then can we... Okay, well, I don't have any other crafting materials for that right now. That's fine. We'll find some at some point. Make a little something, something there. I don't think we have enough of the divination to get those particular wisps. I think we need the green wisps is all I can do. Got a rune crafting altar. Unfortunately, I don't have any rune essences. Ooh, a frostbite dagger. Does the mushroom spore go in there? Nope. Yo, what's up, party wizard? Okay, I don't have that one, so I can't go through there. Need smithing level 84 to go through this door. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh, I'm talking to myself again because I'm muted. Womp womp. Okay. I didn't realize that I could get temporary skill boosts down here. See, that's super dope too. Y'all be crazy. Saying dungeons aren't the best. Of course, now I can't go this way either because I don't have the red. So I'm kind of stuck. Which means that I must need to do whatever I need to do to get a buff to my skill. Let's go ahead and farm this potato patch. Then we're going to put some of this in here. Yeah. Okay, so I think we need to go back to this duder in the beginning. Go talk to him. We got 22,000 rusty coins. Let's go trade this duder. right, what do you got? I don't think you have anything I need. I wish that I knew what all these things did. Actually, I wish I knew a lot. I don't know very much. Looks like he just sells resources. For the most part. Yeah, I mean, I understand what most of these things are. They're just seeds and stuff. Ooh, I don't know what void dust is. Strange dust. Yeah, yeah. Strain like glowing moss used in potions. But I don't know, like, what potions they make. Or what other things they do. Sure, let's buy a moss. Let's stick it in our potion and see what happens. Need more herb lore. Well, there's nothing I can make with herb lore at this tier. Okay, well, that's nice to know, I guess. We don't need the Novite bars. We'll get rid of those. We don't need these. We're not using them. Bury that. Okay, I missed something somewhere, so let's kind of go back here. Yeah, I thought he was going to be a little more dynamic, William, because as I was tearing up through the early tiers of the dungeon, um, he sort of had different stuff because there was like a limit to what he had. So I thought he was going to end up being a little bit more of a dynamic, like sometimes you get stuff you need, sometimes you don't, kind of an entity. But now that I'm like all the way through the tiers or whatever, and I can start doing kind of everything, he's a little more standardized, it seems. There's a portal at the vendor to send you back to the stone. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. I guess that makes sense since we're in a much larger play space now. I don't think I did miss something. A locked chest. 25 XP, booyah. Well, it says I found some loot, but I think it lied to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure I'll end up having some uses for it. This is the first dungeon that wasn't a small dungeon that I've ever played. Okay, I don't have a red crescent or an orange crescent. Nice. Got some clean sageworts, and that's dope. I have to have, like, missed a turn somewhere. Must be a direction I didn't try to go that I can go or something like that, because I don't think I can go through this next area either. Oh yeah, there's two doors right here and here that I didn't even notice. Oh, that's right. No, this isn't a key door. This is just a magical barrier. That's right. That's right. That's what got me confused. I thought that was a key door. Let's go ahead and clean that for some XP. I need to learn a little bit about hunting so I can get some traps or something, maybe. So I can do some trapping and stuff in here too, get some leather. So I can level that up. If I'm gonna be down here. Light that shit on fire. Get my bonus room. I don't think this was a bonus room. I think this is just the way. But I've got the silver. No, I got the silver shield. I don't have the silver crescent. Come here, little spider. Hey, some bractite ore. Nice. I'll probably go ahead and get rid of this novite. About to get a whole fractite set here. This is dope. I'm gonna be killing the game. All right, make me a bunch of fractite. Okay, we have fractite gauntlets. We got kratonite. We got marmos. So let's take a look here. We don't want the marmos, right? Because the marmos is the lowest tier of what I have. So let's make everything that we got marmos fractite. So we want a fractite chain body. Boom. Nope. Oh, we just wanted one. Oh, you suck. Mother fudger. Man, life is so hard when you're dumber than shit. Sad day. Maybe a creepy little hand. Honestly, kind of wish there was some kind of storage chest or something in here. Oh, we've got the summoning obelisk. I actually need, I forgot. Um, oh, we can use these gum branches. Interesting. Okay, well, let's create a couple of these. Let's summon us up a duder. What's up, duder? Man, there's so many ways to go in this dungeon. Well, we don't need the Novite. We can't get that, dude. There's so much fishing that you can do in here. Oh my gosh. You can get so much fishing. Rune crafting level 40. Okay. Guess I'll go fuck myself there. That's fine. A lustrous wisp. Bet you that's like a level 70 or 80 wisp. Can't be getting those. Yeah, get 'em, duder. A death stinger cub. What do you do? Nothing. Hey, leveled up the prayers. What's up? Ooh, level 70. Yo, I got so many keys. We have this yellow core. No, we need a yellow wedge. Ooh, some kratonite. Man, we could do so much fishing. We could do so much everything. Although a lot of this fishing seems to require like lures and stuff. And I don't have any lures. I guess I could try and learn how to make them. I wonder if you can make them. I don't think that dude had any lures for sale. We don't have this red corner. We went this way. We can't go any further. Probably gonna have to keep going backwards. Ooh, what's in here? What's this? Nothing. All right. Yo, what's up, Triple? Long time no see. How you been? Let's see. Crescent silver, crescent silver. Here we go. Ooh, it's a monolith room. Nice. Can I get the glowing wisps? No, they're level 30. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying. We're gonna make it there eventually. Oh no, this guy's gonna stop my monolith. How about you? How's your channel and your creating going? Whoops. I let it stop my monolith. Get That was rude. They spread them out like super far. Come here, jackass. They're hard to see because they like blend in. They're all shadowy and shit. Having a little trouble seeing them right when they spawn. Maybe if yeah, okay, so now they're both attacking me. So instead of focusing on killing one at a time, I need to like attack it, get it focused on me, and then go attack the other one. At least when there's two of them. When there's only one of them, I can just kill it. Are we gonna make it? Hey, obelisk is done. Okay. I don't know if there's something else that I can do with that monolith. But it's all charged up, apparently. Brilliant wisp. Nothing in any of these rooms. Can't pick up the brilliant wisps. Don't need the novite ore, but we got a chest. That we need 70 thieving for. And we got a tree. That we need 70 tree chopping for. Alright, well let's open up this magical barrier. Magic needs level 63 to do that. Can't do anything in this room. Goodness. Okay, well. Nothing interesting happened. Broken key door. Requires 73 smithing. That's the one that requires 84 smithing, so we can't go in there. Go around through here. Look at how big this dungeon is. Went the wrong way. Congrats on 500. How did I hit 500? What? And why isn't it telling me? Holy shit. How did that happen? That's wonderful. Thank you for letting me know, Triple. Oh, I have every intention. Victory or death. I will be a successful streamer, or I will die trying. Nerds. I don't think I want the Marmos ore. Let's go over here and talk to this thing. Precision bracelet. Let's equip that. What does it even do? Armor plus 12, range damage bonus. Well, I don't need a range damage bonus, but I'll take 12 extra armor. What key did I get there? I got an orange corner key. Yo, this dungeon is a little out of control. It's a lot to keep track of. Like, I don't even really remember where the orange corner is. It's over here somewhere, I think. But I mean, I guess this is the only way it can be. That other direction is a dead end, so. Is it seriously all the way over here? Oh my gosh, it is. Holy crap, that's a long ass way. But I suppose I understand why people get a little tired of these. Especially if you're doing the big ones. Having to run back and forth. It sent me back and forth a couple of times. To have to go get a yellow diamond. Is this the yellow diamond? Yellow wedge. Yeah, it keeps sending me like all over the place. So I don't have a yellow diamond, I have a yellow corner. So there's a yellow wedge. Let's get this grimy. Can I not do sagewort? Okay, apparently it wants me to have. Wouldn't recommend doing more than one big one a day. I mean, it's still fun. It's just a little running back and forth can get a little obnoxious, I guess. But you're probably right. Moderation is key. Turn those solved metals into some fibers here in a little while. The thing that I normally do, so I try and like build up a bunch of these resources. And then I'll go back to like the beginning and I'll just do all the crafting in there just to get as many crafting XP things as I can. And then we'll leave once we're all done. We got tons of wood. We're going to get good fletching XP out of this one. We'll probably get some good crafting XP. We could do some fire stuff. This seems like a really great place to maybe do some fire because I get a lot of wood down in these. So maybe doing some fire starting and stuff. Go whatever the heck that just was. I completed some sort of a quest or achievement. Let's go berserk. Go crazy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Now I'm gonna make you dance. It's your chance. Do. Oh, this is the end of this. So there's still some rooms that I can go in, but I think this is the final boss. So I probably need to be able to go in some of these other rooms to be able to get that other key and go back this way. I guess. Not really 100% sure. But I don't think I'm going to go back and actually do the crafting stuff this time, because, ew. It's so... Oh, wait. I could have just teleported back to do the crafting stuff. I'm a dum-dum. That makes me sad. Total XP 4,000 and 400 tokens. Hey, there we go. One of them took me all the way up to level 25. That's dope. Oh, I can change what floor I'm on? Nice. All right, so we're gonna leave our party. Are we still in our party? I closed the party screen. Doesn't really matter. We went up a level in prayer. Didn't do anything. We got Dungeoneering level 25, which says we can get a gem pouch, right? That's what the thing says. Gem bag. How do I do this? I also like that I don't have to sort through any sort of inventory. When I'm dealing with that stuff. Like, as soon as I leave that dungeon, just all of that inventory crap is gone. Which is awesome. How do I get... How do I get a gym bag? You don't sell a gym bag. Okay, well... /wiki gem bag. The gem bag requires level 25 crafting and dungeoning, costs 2,000 dungeoneering tokens. Can hold up to 100 uncut gems total, not each. The following types: sapphire, emerald, ruby, diamond. The bag can fill both noted and unnoted gems. The bag can fill all uncut gems in the bag in a single action by choosing fill. Cool. So I need 2,000 dungeoning tokens. And I can get it from the Demonheim rewards person. Or the Demon Hide rewards person somewhere else. But I don't have 2,000 tokens. I only have 800 tokens. So I need to get another 1,200 tokens. But I don't see this person selling a bag anywhere. Right? Teleports. Lucky Charms. Okay. Where is my fudge knocking bag? Ah, here we go. Okay, so we can just straight up skip floors. There's 60 floors on this thing? That's cool. So for 1 token, so 1 token equals 1 XP. Interesting. Held in the inventory pocket or tool belt to corrode and destroy selected herbs. Instead of being dropped, this provides you with 2 times the usual cleaning XP. In herb lore, does not apply to certed herb drops. Yeah, that's actually really cool. A charming imp. Automatically picked up drop charms for you. Oh, yeah, that's so good. Holy shit, that's so good too. Oh my god. This item can be worn by warriors with an attack of 30 or higher, provides a plus 13 strength bonus. This item automatically consumes 5 coal from your metal bank to reheat your smithing items when they cool. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Upgrade allows your auto heater to go into overheat mode, consuming 50 coal to reheat your smithing items when they cool down. Better gem bag. Item can be attached to a maple, magic, or elder shield bow to increase its damage, accuracy, and defense. Law staff. Gravite rapier. This item requires an attack level of 55 to wield and will last 10 hours in combat before it requires recharging. But what does it do? In an offhand gravite rapier. Yeah, those are obviously super good. Um, just being able to level things up passively is phenomenal. And the earlier you get this bone crusher, really the better off you're going to be. Also, the imp for the summoning, because you'll be leveling up your attack, your magic, your ranged. You're doing quests, you're doing all these things, and basically every time you kill something, it drops bones, or has a chance to maybe drop some charms. That's crazy good. Horde Stalker Ring. This will recharge a depleted Horde Stalker Ring in your inventory. Why not recommend them now? This is also super good. Actually, I might think this is better than the Bone Crusher. For Bones and Ashes, we have an altar that gives 3.5 times XP. Say what? So I've just been regular praying my bones this whole time for no reason? Damn, that sucks. Do I have to rebuild the fort in order to access it? Cool. Wow, 3.5 times XP, so I'd be like at level 30 something by now. That's a fucking bummer, dude. That's a fucking bummer. Yeah, I mean, I would totally go out there and just do that for sure. Material storage container. You need to learn how restoration works before you can utilize this. Cool, thanks. Hmm. Dude, if my neighbors don't stop standing outside of my window to have conversations, I'm gonna lose my chill. Okay, well, I think I probably need to go down about a 12.5 hour rabbit hole on the wiki to try and figure out what the fuck I'm doing. So we're probably going to call the stream there today. And I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with some more information and a better idea of the path I should be taking. Because it seems like every time I take a step towards something I'm trying to do, there's more steps to take that weren't apparent yet. So I need to find somewhere where I can lay those steps out for myself. And then I'll know, how many steps I have to progress through before I get where I'm trying to get. I don't I don't like thinking that something is like just over the next rise and then getting there and realizing I'm not even halfway up the mountain. That's very, very frustrating for me. So I need to know how tall the mountain is before I start climbing it, if you know what I mean. So I will do some research and figure out some things I need, and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming and hanging out today. Had a really good time, and we'll be back and ready to go again tomorrow. Hope everybody has a great rest of their day.